Hello? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Yesterday justified all of these tests, by the way, where I get questions as to, but Harley, why do you check your microphone? Well, because sometimes it just isn't turned on. Sometimes it's set to my webcam as the default microphone. Why? Who's to say? Who's to say? Not me. Certainly not me. Thought about options a little about bringing Clank to Termina. Ooh, I'm all ears. Hi. Time to get stuck into it. This character, much like Guardians, was built long ago, but only recently awakened. That's the concept that I had in my head. But I'm eager to hear more. I'm eager to hear different options as well. Yeah, no stress. All good, all good. Catch you later, bud. Have a good day. Hey, PB. You got a joke? Hit me with it. I'm all ears. What do you call a person who sells fish? A selfish? I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, I'm a selfish actually. Yeah, I go down to the local market and I hawk my wares. Fish in this case. Beautiful. Hi Seb, how you going? Welcome, welcome. How's the day been so far for people? Good, bad, explosive? You gonna eat something? Yeah, no stress, no stress. Do what you gotta do. Thank you for stopping in with a touch of humor. I appreciate it. Enjoy your foods. Okay, I'm happy with that. That. Canon. Hi Maze, hi. How you going? How was your weekend? We're finally down to the last little stretch on this illustration. I'm over the moon. Pretty good. Glad to hear it. Mostly played games and chill. I mean, that sounds pretty good to me. Working on a PNG tuber with a new program called PNG Tube Remix, and it's great. There's a dedicated program to it, because I'm only familiar with there's like a plugin for OBS that I've worked with before. I wasn't aware of like a full separate program. There are at least 3. Hot damn. Is it does it help you rig up the PNG tube? My goodness, I sound like an old fogey. Does it help you rig up the model of the PNG character? There's VideoTube, PNG Plus, and now this one, but there are probably a couple more. They're just the free ones. These are just the free ones. Yeah, fair. Hi, Aliesel. How you going? 12 is not bad. With a 12, let's see. With a 12. You walk into the tavern, all relaxed and cool, and everybody sort of turns around to raise a tankard in your direction, and you get a couple of hollers of, "Oh, it's Easel." Nothing too spectacular, but pretty decent. Like it's a very I'm one of the regulars kind of entrance. I think that works with the 12. I think that works with the 12 quite nicely. PNG Tuber Plus allows pretty good stuff. Remix has a full rig system similar to just a VTube, but less rigging than that. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Because with regular VTuber models, there's like full 3D motion and stuff. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little bit of a noob when it comes to these things. Hey, going Easel. How's your weekend? Did you get up to anything? No stress if you didn't. Some of my best weekends have been sitting around and just smelling the roses, so to speak. Not this weekend, though. No siree. This weekend was spent assembling a computer on my bathroom floor because I thought that I needed to fear the static monster that lived in my carpet. It was okay. You beat the first part of Final Fantasy XIV, so that was fun. Hey, there you go. How are you finding it? MMOs tend to have a combination of two factors: addictiveness and overwhelmingness. How does Final Fantasy XIV strike the balance? Not sure it'll be able to use it while live with this laptop, to be honest. But you're having fun anyway. Yeah, that's the main point, right? Has mouse tracking and lip sync. Hey, that's really cool. I wouldn't have thought of mouse tracking, but of course, yeah. For if you want like your character to appear as though they're drawing on the tablet in front of them or something, or even something similar. Final Fantasy XIV is always a good time. I've heard, but I've never played it myself. The only MMOs that I've really played have been Guild Wars 2 extensively, and a little teeny tiny little helping of World of Warcraft. Can't really say that I played it though. I more loaded into an area, got bored, and then eventually left. I did stick around long enough to hear the theme for Gnomeregan, I think is the name of the gnomish city. It was a really good theme. It's just the gameplay was a little bit on the nothing side. It's really fun so far. You're loving it? Definitely addicted and overwhelmed. But you love the character designs and seeing everyone's gorgeous outfits choices. No, there's definitely a feeling when you load into a public area and you see somebody's outfit and you're like, how did you get that? How did you get that cape? How did you get that set of wings? Answer 9 times out of 10 is the premium store, but that 1 out of 10 times. That 1 out of 10 times where they're like, oh, I did this achievement in order to get that item. You're like, oh, I have to do that. I have to do it. Yeah, me too. Well, I was following a video tutorial on how to assemble a PC, and it was sitting there going like, okay, like first things first, don't assemble your PC on carpet. And I'm looking down at my place that is covered head to toe in carpet and going, frick. I found out later that I didn't really have to worry about it. It was only if you had like socks on and you're rubbing your feet to generate static electricity and you're like actively touching your motherboard right on chips, which I was doing none of, so it wouldn't have been a problem, but c'est la vie, it's fine. Actually a ton you can get by just playing without extra money. Really? Looks at carpet covered in space. Yeah, well that's the thing, right? Is like all of the carpeted surfaces are where I have like a bit of space to set up and start assembling something like a PC. You know where I don't have space? You know where I have zero space? You know where I would have to bend up into a prawn shape in order to fit? My bathroom. Where did I assemble my PC? My bathroom. That was a great time. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. Would assemble a PC PC tower on my bathroom again. At least the tiles were uncomfortable. Wait. Not a positive. Would impersonate a shrimp to assemble a PC. Yeah. Yeah. I did horrid things to my back, but I rested up on Sunday. The thing that's absolutely destroying me, though, is my legs are sore as all heck. Specifically from the assembly. I have no idea how, why, what... But it's a reality that I'm having to recover my legs. It's very weird. I don't know how the maths works out on that one. They have events. You did pay a little to get a mount, but that was a Mountain Dew event, and you only needed 6 of them. Regretted drinking them because it had been so long since you had soda. It was way too much. Never skip late. Well, that's the thing. I didn't think that leg day consisted of sitting cross-legged on tile. But apparently it does, and it's a good workout. I'm finding out post-mortem. That's cool though that they've got events that you can run in order to get skins. As much as I tongue in cheek 9 out of 10, it's not really 9 out of 10. Like in Guild Wars 2, a lot of the cosmetics were quest related. Like you get some where one that I got for my character was like a little techie like gnome Yoda style of character called an Asura, I think. And for my little techie character, I had a particle effect surrounding them where like little red like voxel cubes would generate off of my character and dissipate into nothing. And that was based off of like a holiday parkour event thing. So no, for sure, there are definitely cosmetics that you can get via not purchase. It's just I distinctly remember things like big billowing dresses, certain like jeweled items and stuff. That was all off the cosmetic store, as well as mount skins. Mount skins were all through the cosmetic store. So if you wanted your big sand jackal to look like a nine-tailed fox with like big tails billowing behind it, straight to the gem store with you. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, because you'll be spending money, not collecting. But yeah, sounds like a fun weekend. On the Sunday, so that was Saturday, was prawn on the bathroom floor. Sunday it was spent in recovery mode. I finally finished the first Kingdom Hearts game on its highest difficulty. That took me a while. I think my game file was up to like 50 hours or something. To be fair though, I 100%ed it. So I got like all the items, all the weapons for like every character, got everybody up to level 100, did all of the auxiliary side missions and everything, completed the journal 100%, fought all the hidden bosses, synthesized oh my goodness, everything. But it was on that same day that I found out that 100%ing the game isn't as simple as 100%ing the game. No. If you plan on 100%ing Kingdom Hearts, Final Mix 1.5, God, the names. What you have to do is 100% the game on the highest difficulty. Then you have to restart the game on your new save file, and complete it without dying, complete it without changing your equipment once, and complete it under 15 hours. So these are the 3 remaining achievements that I have to tackle. As soon as I think I made it out, they pull me back in. But I'm committed at this point. I am committed to the cause. Oh, the break wouldn't be there. The break would not be there. The break would not be there. The break would not be there. The break would be somewhere over here. Oops. Because depth and perspective is a thing. Highest difficulty, you just die. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's definitely a hike in difficulty. But it's not like you're getting one shot for everything. It taught me a lot. The way that I grew up on Kingdom Hearts is as a professional button masher. I would just press the attack button over and over and over again, and it served me well. My technique was flawless. But playing it on the highest difficulty, I had to learn to actually utilize the mechanics of the game a little bit more. And I learned a ton in the process. Like, for example, stagger chains are a thing where you intentionally break off your combos to keep an enemy staggered for longer. So you jump up, you hit them with one attack, second attack, and then before you go into your third like combo finisher spin thing, you drop to the ground and then you hit them with like 2 grounded attacks, and then you you cut off that combo with a jump, and then you hit them with 2. It's really, really, really interesting. It's really, 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 really cool. It becomes technical, very, very sort of sciencey. It's really cool. Marbles. Marbles. I've lost my marbles. Underrated film. I enjoy Hook. It's a good movie. Ads. Hey, and the thing's working. I mean, not great that ads are playing, but still. You vacuumed and the migraine stopped? Hey, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Hi. Hi, buddy. Oh, no, my leg is sore. Oh, don't step on my calf like that. Ads are not playing. Few at least. Hey, dodged. It feels really cathartic to figure out what's causing migraines. For me, it was sugar. Throughout my teens, I was hit with migraines almost constantly. I'm like, what is going on? Why am I like constantly getting hit wave after wave after wave? Yeah, and it was concentrated sugar. Turns out as soon as I stopped drinking soft drink, the migraine stopped. That's your second 2 for 2. You've got a bad dust allergy? Just don't tell him. Just don't tell him that you're allergic to him. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for ads. Dust, stop. Stop, Dust. Stop it. He's like, what? Maybe you'll be able to sleep normal? Yeah, maybe. I mean, especially if you're not getting attacked in the lungs and stuff. Working on your campaign a bit. Got to figure out this cave. I think you've got a cool idea. Is this the mycelium cave that you were describing before? The fungus cave? Yeah, that one. Okay, okay. What's your idea? You did, you did. You sent me an overview of the region that included the Knoll tribes. I don't think you've sent me anything dedicated to the Knoll tribes, though. So the Knolls are from the elemental desert, and each tribe is based on fire or earth, plus another element. Ooh, I like that. It all changed when the Fire Nation attacked. I mean, yeah, undeniably. It was all different. Everything was more likely to be on fire after the Fire Nation attacked. Rates of random fires went through the roof. Fire earth, blazing stone, fire air, choking smoke, fire water, black pool, earth air, glass wind, earth water, hungering land. These are the different tribe names. Yeah, yep. No, that sounds really cool. A pitfall that I'd keep falling into when world building with my first attempt was that each time I designed a new creature society thing, I wouldn't consider different aspects of the society. I'd just be like, these are the stone giants, and they do Viking things, and they all do the Viking things, and they all do the Viking things in the exact same way. And it led to all of the new areas that my players would encounter. It would lead to them feeling really hollow, because as soon as you meet one NPC, you've kind of met all of them. It's not entirely true, but basically true. They'll be fighting the choking smoke in this. Cool. See, because it immediately allows you to have them fighting with a faction, but not the full society. You have that issue with your orcs? It's not intentional. It's not something that I decide to do. It's just I have to intentionally add more depth. Is the counterweight that I need, that I have yet to attempt trying. Best solution for that is to get excited by a concept. Think about it if it'd be cool fitted onto something you've already sculpted, for you at least. My ideas don't tend to be so fleshed out is the problem that I tend to have, where I'll get excited about one thing and I'll fully develop that one thing, but then all of the sort of orbiting flavor elements that add more depth don't really come by second nature. So the thing itself will be incredibly detailed, but then everything around it will be vague and blurry. So I need to make a concerted effort to flesh out the orbiting factors so that it feels a bit more real. So say, for example, when it comes to a new city, I might have a really strong sense of what I want the religious heart of the city to be, where it's got a really particular flavor to it. You've got like a very specific architectural type. You've got like sub-factions within that church or whatever. But then the actual society that lives around it will have nothing. I'll have to go through and design like a few bespoke NPCs, and even then they feel a little bit flat. So I need to practice dropping the stone in the water and not just measuring how high the splash is, but then also seeing what happens with the rings that radiate out from the impact zone. So the initial splash is, in this case, like cathedral in the center of the city. Splash. Okay, the first ring might be like religious doctrine, and the second ring might be day-to-day practices of ordinary citizens, and then the ring after that might be the fashion sense of the people if it's like a more pious society. Like do. So they're like measuring out the splash. Your gnolls have different tribes because Shadow of War has the Machine, Outlaw, Savage, etc. Bands of orcs. Well, there you go. Exterior inspiration does go a long way. No, I'm not implying that I'm not implying that people just hatch from their egg and then they're immediate gods of creation. It's more it's a skill set that I've yet to practice. Gotta bust out them random tables. Yeah, that's another thing that I should use more often. Oh, random tables, my love. It's relinquishing control to the RNG that I sometimes struggle with, but I feel as though there's a healthy medium. Like I could tailor make these tables, and then once I've done that, then leave it up to chance beyond there. Takes away the ability to improvisationally stretch your brain. True. But there have been so many times where I've engaged with random tables where I've rolled a number and it's like a Hydra turns up and I'm sitting here going, yeah, but a Hydra wouldn't exist in this part of the world. I don't think I even want a Hydra to be part of this setting. You know? Working and mostly lurking. No stress, Misfire. Hope you're doing well. Good luck with your working and lurking. What have people mistaken for a Hydra? What creature got mutated to become the Hydra? Stuff like that. Yeah, that's fair. I suppose that is the difference between a set piece that you want to tailor make and random elements that you can kind of leave a little bit more aggressively up to RNG. Or maybe the Hydra represents a neat forking river. Yeah. More metaphorical than literal. Yeah, I mean, that could definitely help to add depth to the setting beyond just what my imagination can come up with. If it feels like not one person came up with this, but like millions of people over, hundreds of thousands of years, a lot of voices are going to be in the kitchen. Tailored tables for in-game, but totally untailored beforehand. You go brush your teeth, be back in. Yeah, no stress. Do what you gotta do. Got a bug bite on the 4th, and it's annoying. Yeah, well, this is why I don't go outside. No, that's unfortunate. Sorry, bud. I get eaten alive by mosquitoes, and everybody wants to go outside during Australian summer. Peak mosquito season. Frick. It's the worst thing. It's on the back of your leg. Ugh. That's tough. That's tough. Right in your haunch. Yeah. I mean, you were talking about having good sleep. And knock on wood, guaranteed that you do. But it's bug bites like that that make it impossible for me to sleep. Actually, speaking of sleep, I distinctly remember what I dreamed about last night. By the way, prepare for a weird one. So in The Mummy 3, like Tomb of the Dragon King, I think is the name of the film, where Jet Li's character, where he's like a spooky terracotta mummy. And his skin is all crumbly whenever he takes impacts or whatever. I had a nightmare where I had that sort of cracking effect on my forehead. I messed with it because, of course, I did. Because I'm a psychopath. I messed with it, and it revealed a giant, almost like transparent window in my skin, and it just showed like blood behind it. Sorry if this is like making you squirmish. Please let me know. I'll stop. I promise. Like the crumbly terracotta stuff came away, and there was just this big window into my skin. And I was freaking out about it. And I remember my sister in my dream was like, "Oh yeah, no, that's a pimple." My response was something along the lines of, "No, I've seen pimples before. This isn't a pimple." And she's like, "No, yeah, it is. Just don't touch it. You'll agitate it." I'm looking at this giant window into my scalp, and I'm going, "Yeah, okay. No, I won't pop that. This isn't pimple we're talking about, on the forehead. This is like pimple, 20-cent coin size, like viewing window into what makes my Harley tick." I've never been one to be afraid of like body horror stuff, but it was so visceral. It was so like, oh my goodness, this is on my face. And then I woke up and it was all a dream. Classic. The classic. This cannon is annoying me. It's sitting a little bit too close to the fort barrier. So I'm going to try shifting it backwards, and we'll see if that breaks it. It shouldn't, but crazy things have happened. What if I do that? What if I do that? Does that work? Painting? Yeah, it does. I mean, I have to obviously fix a couple of things now, but... The problem that I was having with the cannon was that the wheels weren't making sense. Like, that have had to have been... One, the edge of the bracket that the cannon's sitting in would have had to be smooshed up against the side of the fort, and then two, the wheels just wouldn't fit on that surface area. So by shifting it, I've given myself more space. adding a bit of the sky red into the smoke, just a smidge, because I'm gonna have to start implementing it a little bit more. So in the same way that I've added that sort of hot pink magenta to some of the elements in the foreground, I've added that scarlet red, that blood red, to the surface of the octopus itself. I need to kind of start incorporating more of those little sky tones. Pinch the hues out of the sky. Go, ooh, yep, ooh, piece of candy, and place that in other areas of the piece. Because what I've learned over the years is things don't sort of sit in isolation. You kind of have to incorporate them. In the same way that you might have what's a good example? You might have a character like, hello, it's me, character. Hi. Character might be having a sit, right? Character's having a sit on some grass, right? You've got some grass underneath the character. If you just have the character sitting on the grass like this, it feels like you've cut out an image, you've cut out a second image, and then you've just gone, now kiss, and you've placed them on top of each other. The way of really creating a bit of harmony in the scene is incorporating one into the other. So instead of just plonking the character on the grass, having the grass actually interact with the character, have some of the blades of grass coming up and like clipping into the character a little bit, and then you might have a bit of that grassy green tone reflecting up into the lighting of the character sitting on the grass, and then same with the grass, you'd have a little bit of the red of this character in the shadows of the grass, and then you've incorporated one into the other. If you've ever been into clay anything, pottery, sculpting, whatever it happens to be, you'd be familiar with something called scoring, where you score one side of the clay. You get is that a bit of, no, that's a bit of grey. That's not a bit of green. You'd scratch up the surface of one bit of clay with cross hatches like this, and then you do the same thing with the other side of the clay. And then when you bring them together and start to blend them, you've got this texture that kind of gives them purchase to then start incorporating one into the other. It's not entirely the same with visual, like with paintings and stuff, but it's that same concept of you kind of need to give everything that you're incorporating into the piece a little bit of roughness so that it grips onto other bits in the painting. So in this case, in the case of the Kraken piece, where I've got this blood red sky in the background, I need to rough it up by bringing some of the orange from other elements into the red, and then likewise I need to rough up the other elements by bringing a little bit of red into those elements, just to kind of make them kiss. Ads in 1 minute. Thank you, Tavern. I appreciate it. I appreciate the heads up. Yeah, Keith. What are we planning on doing tonight, Brain? The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Keith. Very different show. Very different show. If that's how Pinky and the Brain went. Wouldn't have hated it. Just very different vibes. Pinky and the Brain, 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 Brain. Hi Moab, how you going? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for following. Welcome to the tavern. How you going? didn't have your model centered, so when you exported everything, it was offset. No. But I mean, fantastic that you know the problem. You know what the problem is. And he's putting everything for a thread. Well, I mean, it tends to be how these things work. I know that every time. Yeah, I'll show you something in a second. You are not alone in your fate of having to export multiple times. I promise you. I will. Not a hard fix, just tedious. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, I'll show you. Think. Stream? Maybe? No, it'd be in socials. So, these are my emotes. Make note of the number that that trails after them. These are the 13th time. So this is the 13th small wave emote. This is the 13th medium wave emote. This is the 13th large wave emote. So if anyone is familiar with exporting something way too many times, it's me. It's Mahali. It's tough. You're learning how it works still anyway, since you've found like one video tutorial. Well, there you go. Yeah. It'll always come with the learning process. Repetition. You can feel yourself lagging, you think? Yeah, no, please. Go sleep, Cloud. You got this. I believe in you. I believe in Harvey Dent. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. The best example of somebody to believe in, but still. You got this, bud. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. I'll catch you later. Night, bud. It's something that will make me laugh without fail every time. is somebody outwardly bragging about something that's really not bragworthy. Guess who just stuffed up on exporting emotes again? It's me. Can you talk about another streamer buddy of yours? Yeah, please. By all means. Unless I hate them. If I hate them, then no. No, you're all good. You're all good. Michael, hi. Oh, hello. You gonna chill on my knee? Yes? Yes, okay. As long as you're not doing cartwheels. So your buddy Alvis, also a cool artist, has been streaming Pokemon Emerald without being able to see the screen. He's going off of memory. His wildly good recollection of Pokemon cries and a small amount of chat help when things get stuck. Oh my goodness. That's a degree of familiar with a game that I am not. I might be able to do that with Kingdom Hearts now that I've like obliterated the game like a few times over, but even then it'd be a struggle. I wouldn't be able to do some of the harder stuff. He's butting his head against Brawly. Oh my goodness. How does he do with map traversal? Because there are some elements that you just wouldn't be able to memorize. Like, routes are not memorable. He's got to do at least one puzzle room before he finishes. Dearie dear. Condemned. The worst part is when you render the piece, you'll have to export them all over again. This is your life now. I mean, hey, there's a degree of peace that you achieve when you realize that you've condemned yourself to a certain task. At least that's the case for me. I achieve a state of zen. Like, yeah, I'm now going to spend the next couple of hours like sorting out these folders. It's a slight challenge. He's got most of it somewhat remembered. If he had to, you could map out a good hunk of Hoenn. But I mean, I've been playing Soul Silver for what, 10 years now on stream, and I can't remember the routes at all. I can remember some with a degree of clarity, but there are too many gotcha elements. Like, oh, if you go this way, it's a dead end unless you use the cut move on that one bush. And it's elements like those that just completely scramble my memory. But you played Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald for 600 hours? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That helps some. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. At least a little bit. I've memorized the entirety of the map in Pokemon Emerald. Oh my goodness! What's your secret? Well, step 1, good sleep. Step 2, healthy diet. Step 3, regular exercise. Step 4, spend 600 hours memorizing the layout. One of those steps feels like it's way more important than the others. I won't say which one. Sleep. Definitely the sleep one. You have more lore for Hans? Hit me with a PB. Hit me with Psycho Hans lore. Let's go. There's a game you'd be able to finish blind. You feel like random Overwatch teammates are attempting the challenge. First time. Ooh. Permanent stage access. Okay. Laz, let me quickly see if I can find it on the Discord and grant you access. Laz. There we go. Add regular. There we go. Boom. Hey, going Laz. How's your day been? Stage hasn't been open in a minute. Yeah. Yep. As I was saying a while ago, the idea of it being just open, it's probably retired, I think. I'd leave it more for if you had like a particular thing you wanted to chat about, that you can propose opening up the stage. Been going good. You have to start fresh on the top of the current outfit. Oh, what happened? You should do, Cloud, because it doesn't expire. Oh, yeah, you don't. That's weird. It might have been back when back before the stage pass was a thing. Maybe? I don't know. Your rights have been restored. Hans canonically speaks. He was also burnt by a house fire after trying to kill a family of 4. He survived with minor injuries. The Freddy Krueger origin. Yep. You have more origin lore from when he was a kid. Very, very formative. Don't know if anyone would anymore because I did the whole reset. Yeah, but I don't think that touched the regular role. Here, let me quickly check. Other people who probably should have it. Yeah, like other people have it. I think. Yeah, I don't know. I distinctly remember not having the regular pass for a while, and that might have been when I had it open consistently. It's just a very funny thought. Including the role after I retire regular use of the stage. You're going to break the cave into 4 types of scenes. Encounters, your standard fights with normal occasional environment elements. Traversal, high amounts of environmental difficulty. Approach, getting near the camps or big objectives. Making plans for... making plans. Forts, big encounters with strong amounts of gnolls that will be hard to tackle without planning. Yeah. These seem to work. And then you could sprinkle flavor throughout all 4 quite comfortably, I think, yeah. There were 2 problems. You had no way to secure it. So you just had an awkward bow under the dress. The bra part turned out too thick, so the cups would angle away from the front. Not good. Don't want underboot action for this outfit. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Prototype. It was a prototype. You prototyped, you found some flaws in the design, and you're respecking the design. Yeah, no. Makes sense to me. People who nail it on their first attempt with everything they try are either liars or wizards. These are the only 2 possible options. Speaking of, did I see that thing you posted in Racine's server about how your art is kind of in the dumps right now? No, I haven't seen it, no. What do you mean? Are you struggling for inspiration, or you just find that you're not able to execute in the way that you want? Just feels like your skills have regressed a lot. It could be a couple of things. One, it could just be you're out of practice, like you haven't done it in a while, so therefore it sort of falls back a little bit. But with all skills that you've put time into, it's only a matter of getting back into it, where these skills will redevelop faster than they did the first time. Or it could be 2, you're attempting new things and it feels like you're getting worse, but that's because you're trying new things. You're very out of practice. Well, yeah, then it's at that point it's to be expected, if anything. Just a case of getting back into the swing of things again. Like I know if I haven't played the piano in, months, I know that I'm going to struggle to remember any of my pieces. I'm going to struggle with like just playing the correct keys. I'm going to struggle with like strength in my fingers. I'm going to struggle with everything. But that's not to say like you won't get up to form again. It's just it'll take a little bit of time. It'll take less time than the first time. It'll take substantially less time than the first time because it's all there still. It's just out of practice. Been taking many very long breaks lately. It's just a thing, you know. Like life always takes over in one way, shape, or form, and then it's about getting back on the horse afterwards. He was a school kid, blue hoodie or a letterman. He went to Grand Ole High, Texas, not a real school. No, fair. Found a knife in his kitchen. Oh, very violent. Shanked his mother in the... Oh, yeah. Ran off into the woods. Found his abandoned house deep in the woods and hid. Ate only berries, foxes, and rarely humans. Ah, the horror. Very psychopath. Incredibly villainous, yeah. You still never got your faces or figure stuff back? I'd say it's a matter of time. I'd say that if you haven't... I'd rephrase it. Instead of you never got it back, you haven't gotten it back yet, would be the way that I'd structure that. Basically a mortal, no reason for killing, and not mute Jason Voorhees. Do you have any plans to make any artwork about this this murderous character of yours? You don't have to. I'm just I'm curious. You can't art? No, that's fair. That's fair. You put everything in writing? Well, I mean, literature is an art form for a reason. It can be equally as idea provoking as any visual art can be. Windows 11 has this thing where it plays little animations in the corner of the screen based on where the weather's at. So right now it's telling me, it's a cloudy day outside, and it does like a little bubbly cloud effect. Not cloud, not you cloud, physical like wavy cloud thing. And it's distracting as all heck. Because it's almost like somebody sitting in the corner of my screen waving at me, trying to get my attention. What do you want, Windows 11? perspective what it is. I want to make this part of the cannon bracket a little bit larger. I am also considering giving it a bit of a blurry look, just so that it's not too rendered. But we'll see. Then Kuro, your demigod OC, has 2 universes. In one, his father is the god of primordial chaos, whose name is Chaos. Yeah, fair. In the other universe, his father is just a normal man, but he got his powers because he was cursed by a plague that was found in the woods while playing with his friends. So he's a demigod because he's from these 2 universes, and in one universe his heritage is mortal, and in the other universe he's got like godly heritage. That's an interesting way of doing demigodhood. I'm so used to the Greek version where it's Zeus kissed me mum and now I'm a demigod. Greek gods were absolute jerks. Oh my goodness. Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes without being absolute monsters. Couldn't do it. Challenge impossible. They're 2 different people. But you said that Kuro has 2 universes, right? As in there are 2 different Kuros? Two universes, different outcomes. Scrap the 2 different people one. Right. Oh, ads in 1 minute. Thank you, Tavern. Does that make sense? As in, Kuro has domain over 2 universes, so he can exist in one or the other, or he is from 2 universes, as in like it's the influence of those 2 universes that made Kuro to begin with. Because different settings have different rules for like what universes mean. Oh, okay. I see what you mean now. Because when you said before, in one universe his father is the god of primordial chaos, and in the other his father is just a normal man, I didn't think that meant that there were two versions of Kuro himself. I thought it meant that there was still one Kuro being influenced by two different like points of heritage. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Like two potential outcomes for Kuro. Yeah, I get it. Okay. This cannon structure is off, so I need to fix it. This part at the end needs to line up with the center line. The back end needs to be thicker. So we'll do a bit of that as well. Hi, Goblin. Hi. What's the plan? Oh, you're gonna jump up? Yep, there we go. Hi, welcome back to the chair. Hi, buddy. The cat can't quite make up her mind as to whether or not she wants to hang out. So we're engaging in a bit of both. We're engaging in hanging out for like a couple of minutes, then running away, then hanging out for another couple of minutes, then running away. In a second, I'm going to put my foot down and be like, if you want to stay in the room, you can stay in the room. If you don't, you may leave. Hans is chasing me through the woods. These are the things that I have equipped: a stick, a single bullet, no gun, and a pill of cyanide. Hans is very allergic to cyanide, aren't we all? What do I do? Okay. How much of a head start do I have on Hans? He's pretty slow, so about 10 seconds. Okay. I place the bullet on the ground as a single caltrip where I imagine that he's going to step. I quickly duck behind a tree with stick at the ready, so that when he steps towards me, he'll step on the bullet and either roll his ankle, stab himself in the foot, or by some miraculous occurrence like set off the explosive in the bullet. And it would be like, "Gah," or something. And in that moment, I'll jab him in the eye with the stick and then quickly, whoop, bloop, side-eye pill in the mouth, kick him in the shin, and then run away. Easy. Easy done. Simplest scenario I've ever had in my life. See, and he rolled real poor. Rolled real poor. And I rolled a 19! Oh my goodness, yeah, no, obliterated. Take that, Hans. Looks like your allergies will be flaring up tonight. And 11's not bad. And 11 beats Hans as well. Dusty, you've also beat the killer Hans in the forest, trailing after you using, what was it, a bullet, a stick, and a pill of cyanide. There you go, boom. How you going, bud? Just as we practiced. Your feet hurt and you hate builds even more than you usually do, but you survived work in time to catch the stream, so that's something. There you go. There you go. Are you getting recovery time between work, or is that not in the cards at the moment? Hans' entire leg gets blown off. Stab him in the eye. He screams loud. I pop in the pill. His face swells up and explodes in seconds, killing him. Boom. The cyanide pill didn't kill directly. It was his allergies. I mean, to be fair, cyanide would usually do the trick for most. So I think even if my character in this scenario didn't know that Hans was allergic to cyanide, would still have gone for this plan because it would work against 99% of other miscreants. It's 6 a.m. and you start your next shift at 11 p.m. So you got some time to chill. Okay. As long as you're not burning the candle on both ends. At both ends, whatever. That one phrase. The package you're waiting for seems most likely to be at least a day late, though. No. What's the package? Scenario 2. Yeah, hit me with it. Absolutely obliterated scenario 1. Hungry for more. Electric. It's happening! It's happening! Which option did you go for? Got one with a reddish brown color and 5 strings. Ooh, nice. Nice. What's the... Guitar's a 6 string. Are violins usually 5 string? Ukulele's 4. Yeah. Hiding from Hans. He's looking for me. Currently, I've equipped a bear whistle, which makes the sound of a bear. A plastic knife. The overflow of the plastic cuts like butter. And a flintlock. 33% chance of firing. 33% chance of exploding. 33% chance of not working. I'm hiding in an abandoned coyote den. Ooh. I reckon violin is usually 4, but since it's electric, you can have an extra and have a combo violin and viola. Ooh, that's really cool. Of course, yeah, because you can have it programmed to sound as you like. That's really cool. I think in this scenario, I shouldn't overcomplicate things because I tried to use every prop in the previous little encounter. With this one, I think the greatest chance for success isn't to use the items in their practical sense. I think the highest chance of success is to almost like barter my way out of this out of the problem. So let's see. The solution would be try to convince Hans that I've got a real gun that doesn't have firing problems. And instead of gambling with taking the actual shot, threaten Hans with like, if you step any closer, I will shoot. Ah, frick. Hans rolled a freaking 19. Okay, my persuasion skill is actually quite a high bonus. So I imagine that I'll get like a 30 or something. Yep, that's about right. Deary dear. It would have been deception. It would have been deception, and my deception's incredibly low. You're going to use the bear whistle to make it sound like the den is occupied by a bear so he doesn't enter. Ooh, completely preventative. I like that. I do like that. All right, I'm coming in. No, don't come in. I'm a bear. Ah, frick. I didn't consider that. I didn't consider that there could be a bear. Hans doesn't care. Stabs me or takes the gun for his own sake. Aha, but no, this is my long con. I start chuckling on the ground as I've been stabbed, like, stupid Hans, you've fallen for my ploy. And then Hans turns to me, fires the gun, and it actually works and shoots me. Oh my goodness. You've fallen for my trap, Hans. Bang. Nothing is funnier to me than somebody incredibly smug and incredibly, like, insanely backfiring immediately. It freaking worked. Dust, that's 2 for 2. You live yet again. Would I like to try? No. Canonically, I died in that coyote den. That's the end for me. It'd be cheating if I tried again. Scenario 3. Yep. How's the PNG going, Maze? Did the final export work? Not Mituli. I knew this day would come. I'd be replaced. Yeah? Oh, good to hear, good to hear. See, all it took was a bit of elbow grease, finagling a little bit. Oops. We're making progress. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Refreshing the tracking page every 5 seconds. Oh no. I was secretly dreading my new computer coming in. It was the one time where I was cursing under my breath when it like same day shipped and arrived the next day. It's like, frick. For any other package, I'd be over the moon. Like, send me an electric 5-string violin overnight delivery. Yes, please. There we go. But my computer arriving on the Friday, right before I needed to assemble it, was the dread. Specifically because I was dreading having to learn to put together the darn thing. I was just... do you ever have that assumption, like, I'm gonna stuff it up? I had that for the PC. I'm going to fail at assembling it. It's going to cost me a fortune in replacement components, and I'm going to feel like a big idiot. Terrible self-talk. Driving along a deserted road. Run out of gas in the middle of the road. A high school student comes up. It's Hans with a thing of fuel. I have a pellet gun in my back seat, a 1367 ancient bow. The string could snap, hurt you and stun you, and a carrot. What do I do? What? Do I know that Hans is a psychopath? Because I think in that scenario, what's it? I'm terrible with like the stranger danger thing. So I earnestly would be like, hey, do you mind sparing any gas? Immediately dead. I'd immediately be killed. I see blood on his. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah. No, that's more fair. It's in Stockholm. Due to arrive today, it can make it here in a day, but it doesn't say it's left Stockholm. It says it's processing. Oh no. So it could. You've got to draw different mouths, export them out, and then see what you can do with the lip sync. Haven't even got the tail in, but that's the less important right now. Not good at tail animation anyway, so future you can tackle that. Yeah, future Mahali has to put up with a whole bunch of crap. I recommend this this methodology. It works every time. Okay. The threat of violence didn't work last time with the gun. Let's see. I throw the carrot out of the car as a distraction, hoping that Hans goes, "Oh, a carrot," and then leans down to grab it. But because who wouldn't pick up a carrot? I mean, that's just nutrition going to waste if nobody picks it up. So I throw the carrot on the ground to distract Hans. Then try and whack him. Yeah, try and knock him unconscious with the bow or something, so I can grab the gas, put it in the car, and drive off. A 12 is doable. A 12 is manageable. And I do not succeed. You won't wish. Oh, there's no way that you can skew that to be a success. No, the bow is super flimsy. What am I talking about? Not even close. Not close at all. That is fun though. Now, yeah, poor bow, right? Both times that I've failed by a not a factor of 10, because that's not quite how the maths works out, but by a value of 10. So the first time it was 19 and I rolled a 9. The second time it was a 12 and I rolled a 2. It's tough. It's tough. Not a 1, so not the worst. Yeah, true. No, I do point that out. I try thwacking Hans as he doesn't get distracted by the carrot. And I go, well, at least it's not the... and stabbed immediately. Hans picks up the carrot and eats it. Well, there we go. Okay, silver lining. The nutritional value of the carrot didn't go to waste. Bo literally turns into dust the second I touch it. And I can, yeah, there we go. Boom. I'm his meal for that. Well, me and the carrot. Dry firing a bow can cause it to explode. What? It's pretty likely if it's a compound bow, as in like firing it without an arrow docked. Why? I'm imagining that was preceded by "Yo, check this out," and then the bow explodes. Or the force that would go into the arrow goes back into the limbs, and they tend to not like that. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. My thought would have been that there'd be less stress because there's no like tension from the arrow. But no, that doesn't make sense. You're the one creating all the tension by drawing back the string. Yeah, I suppose the arrow doesn't actually do anything in terms of like stressing the bow. That makes sense. One heck of a party trick. You want to get into archery, but alas, excuses. I would recommend just trying one of the day not courses. The times that I've tried it have been like little day sessions where you go. They're like, okay, for the next like couple of hours, you can rent this bow. We walk you through how it works. You get to rent the ammunition as well, and then you've got these targets. 3, 2, 1, fire, that sort of thing. Is probably the most approachable way, I'd imagine. That's no better than I do, though. There's a video you have in your head specifically of someone playing around with their brand new compound bow and dry firing it. It didn't go well. Oh no, not the brand new bow. I mean, it goes a hell of a long way to instruct what not to do. Your grandpa used to hunt with a bow? Ooh. That's really cool. Straight up D&D ranger, yeah. Okay, the cannon bracket doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to, at a glance, make sense. And I think I've gotten to that point now. The actual body of the cannon, though, needs a little bit more work. The roundness of it is off on the sides here. I need it to mimic the shape down here for it to make sense as a cross section. So I'm going to do my best to fix that up now. And even just those minor adjustments there have made the world of difference. You're not allowed to because laws and stupid things like that? Fair. I mean, I'm sure you could get a license, surely. If you drive a couple of hours and hop into Finland, you get, yeah, go fair. You need a hunting license, but you don't need anything for owning or using a bow actually here. Oh, it's just for the hunting bit where you'd need the license. Yeah, makes sense. You can get a license for hunting. You can't get a license for hunting either, but you also don't need anything for owning it and target shooting. Right. I wonder why that is. I suppose it but it's not. It doesn't seem too preventative. Like, do hunting bow accidents happen at enough of a rate for it to be concerning? Okay, scenario 4. I'm riding my bike down a forest path. A stick gets stuck in my wheel and I fall, and Hans walks over with a knife in hand. I have the stick that got stuck, my phone, a 12 AD stone, and an empty soda can. Or I can simply dodge the knife. It's like a quick time event because he's stabbing straight down. What do I do? Let's see. Sorry, apologies. A stick, my phone, a 12-pound stone, empty soda can, or I could dodge. Well, the dodge is kind of free, so what I might do is I might chuck something up at him as I dodge, right? I'll chuck the empty soda can up in his direction to kind of like make him flinch, maybe, as I dodge, throw off his aim a little bit. A 10, okay. We have hope. Just don't roll a 1. Frick. I passed the first scenario and Hans took it personally. If anything, actually, that means that Mahali Prime of the first universe is the one survivor. I didn't roll a 1, but I was off by 1. I know, the tragic irony. You give Hans the phone open to YouTube Shorts, making him stop doom scrolling for at least a couple of... Oh my goodness, the iPad baby approach. He called me an idiot? Ah, oh, no, that's the bit that pisses me off the most. Come on, Hans, you could have just stabbed me like a regular, you know, regular psychopath. Now I've been stabbed and I feel dumb. The worst. Scenario 5. All right. Final scenario. Here we go. This is for all the beans. You could have just stabbed. Yeah, exactly. Oh. It's specifically open to stabbing tutorials. Make him stuck animalizing how to best stab. Yes. Yes, the classic. Oh my goodness. Has anyone else fallen into that rabbit hole before? Where you want to get into a hobby and you spend the longest time researching how to do the hobby good instead of just doing the hobby. The worst. It literally, the problem that I first had with getting stuck into art was like, oh geez, how do I do it correctly? It's like, yeah, I mean, you can do that, and doing a bit of that is good. But if you spend all of your time just watching art tutorials and not actually doing art, you're not actually developing your skills. You're developing your knowledge, which is good. You do have to develop your knowledge, but... Sorry, Bisway. Hitting you with the stray shot. That wasn't my intention. Never? Okay. Oh, dearie. Oh, no, I've hit everybody with a scatter shot. I'm so sorry. What, you too? Hi. Hi, little one. Let's see if I can get you on camera for a second. Oh, a little bit. Hi. Look. Look, you're famous. Well, you're... No, don't headbutt my desk. That does damage. Not a lot of damage, but it builds up over time. Kitty? I know. She's going full goblin mode today. She's been running into the room, yelling at me, jumping on my chair, and then running off over and over and over again. It's like she wants attention or something. Hi. Yeah, I'll hang out with you properly after stream. In a couple of hours, okay? Cat-shaped groove in the desk? Yeah, yep. Cat-shaped forehead. Forehead mark. The worst bit is that whenever she headbutts the desk, it like rotates my chair slightly. So it feels like somebody's messing with me. I'm in a bar. I have no disguise on. He has a knife made out of my loved one's bones. No! Drops the knife and challenges me to a fist fight. I have a knife, 2 bottles of good German beer, and 2 very strong fists. Stabbing is disrespectful because he dropped his knife. It would be disrespectful. But also he made a knife of my loved one's bones. So I feel as though he was the one who broke parlay first. I'll throw a bottle at him and then stab him. Yeah, we'll go with that. Oh, shouldn't have dropped the knife, Hans. Oh, get done. Absolutely wrecked. Destroyed, Hans. You never stood a chance. Ah, you love to see it. The bookends. So the first scenario, passed with flying colours. The middle scenarios, we don't talk about those. We don't talk about the middle scenarios. Then the final scenario, obliterated. Beautiful. Came full circle. He attacked me several times while I was unarmed. It's only fake. That's what I'm saying. I feel as though I've been slighted far more than Hans has been in this scenario. I actually say that. I go, this is for my alternate selves. Stab him right in the nose. Boom. But now his spirit is talking about, frick. Not the monkey paw. Yeah, join the chorus, pal. True. Actually, if anything, I think Ghost is Ghost is haunting the tavern. So one more voice is not too disruptive, I feel. Could have a beer with him. He'd leave me alone and talk about his non-existent horrible backstory. I mean, to be fair, like, I'd be keen to hear it as inspiration for any D&D stuff that I run. I'd have a beer with Hans. still processing, but last time it said the latest update was 11 p.m. Now it says 1 a.m. Don't know why the updates are like 5 hours behind, but you're upset about it. Yeah. Yeah. Anytime that a website or service has a reload function, but every time you press it, it doesn't actually reload, it sends my blood pressure through the roof. Like, if you go to reload an app and it comes up with like the little spinny wheel thing, but either the spinny wheel never goes away or it goes away and you know that you've got an alert waiting for you, but it's not refreshing with it. Just the worst thing. The worst thing. Hi. What's the point of real-time tracking if it's not real-time? Didn't you read the fine print? Real-time tracking with asterisk 5-hour delay. What's the plan, little one? I like the idea of there being in Marvel how they've got like the villain bar, where it's the regular jaunt, the regular haunt, I guess is the word, of a bunch of the villains in the universe. I like the idea of there being like a villain bar for characters that you make. Because villains are oftentimes the most interesting of your characters, so having an area where they can all interact with each other would be quite fun. Lil Wisey loves D&D. He was in a D&D club before his psycho phase. Oh no. D&D leads to murder confirmed. About the one bar you made for a story of yours that you're still way too proud of the name, even though it's neat at most. Yeah, hit me with it. D&D leads to murder sounds like a Facebook post a very religious mother would make. Well, that's what I'm saying. That one poster that I've seen on Facebook all these years was right the whole time. Murder. Very short version. You got a world full of humans and fae. Humans can't see fae, or at least can't tell they are fae unless they are at least partly related to one. So you got a bar that's a regular hangout for fae, even though humans can technically come visit unknowingly. It's called the Fourth. Oh my goodness, yes. That's great. That's subtle enough. I feel as though it tips the hat, but I could still imagine characters in universe having made the decision to call it that. Especially characters in hiding. Yeah, I can see it. Your cat decided to join you. You always come back, probably with more pre-planned scenario. Yeah, no stress, no stress. I will see you soon. I'll leave the cannon as is. Billy with the good rolls today. How you going, bud? Not staying, just being nosy. No, you're good, you're good. Knows all you like. Okay, now doing this shadowy little wedge of the wall. I still want some of that red reflecting up into it, but down the bottom where it reaches the corner, I need it to darken. And like that, Billy is gone. Then for this part of the fort, I want to keep the texture as basic as possible, because I don't want any attention to go to this little corner back here. Not that there's anything that I'm ashamed of, or, you know, wanting to obscure. It's just there's nothing important over here, so keeping it vague helps with focusing the eye line. Hi Billy, bye Billy. Zoom. You should make food before bed. That would involve being vertical instead of horizontal, as is your current natural state. Can you go into getting food with a plan? Do you have a particular meal you have in mind? Where you can be like, I'm going to get up, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and try and hit it with the least amount of energy possible. Just gonna make some hot dogs. So don't know how to make it more lazy. As long as you can break it down into like a step by step for when you get up, because that's the thing that keeps me anchored to my resting position. Is if I'm thinking like, I really should eat, but I have no idea what I want to eat, and I have no idea how I'd go about preparing what I want to eat. But as long as you've got a game plan, it's a lot more manageable. Thank you, Tom Sim. I appreciate it. It's coming along. It's almost finished. Fingers crossed by the end of stream tomorrow, I think. Finished, but we'll see. We'll see. How you going? What are we, Tuesday? How was your weekend? It's not a good sign if I can't tell what day it is yet. Itchy nose. Ads in just over a minute. Okay. Thank you, Tavern. I appreciate. Okay, what do we have for the outfit? Braces? Presumably so. Or gloves or something. I'm keeping the detail work on the guards, the militia. I'm keeping it quite vague because I've said it once, I'll say it again. I don't want that much attention over on the left here. Not because I want to hide detail, but because I want the majority of the attention to be where? Here. Right here, where the Kraken's eye is. And if I've got hyper detail going on, and like poppy colors and high contrast and all sorts going on in this bottom left corner, it can draw attention away from where I want the main attention to be. So subtlety is key. You know, it's that guy's elbow, but part of you keeps seeing it as just his arm sticking out straight from his body, a la stick figure. Blurp. No, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe I can do something about that. How you going, Tom Sim? How's your week been so far? Hope you're doing well. If you are getting that strong sense, maybe the arm isn't big enough. We can try bumping up the size of the arm to bring it forward a bit more. Something like that. Yeah, maybe not that much. Now that I think about it, no, it'd be more that this part of the arm would be bigger. That part of the hand would remain the same. Like that. Something like that. Deja vu, I have been in this place before, higher on the streets, and I'm starting to lose control. Yeah, hit me with it. Give Quill a little treat command. Ooh, I do like that. We were working on a spoilers. We're working on a list of new stream features last night. Quill animation give treat. Could definitely do that. Could definitely do that. Now gonna go make yourself a little treat. So be slow to message. Yeah, no stress, no stress. Go enjoy your treat. You deserve it more than anything. Okay, shadows, shadows, shadows. Time for shadows. Oh my goodness, I just remembered what I wanted the art prompt for this month to be again. So I've been doing a good job so far this year of having the prompts kind of follow the logic of the month. So think your classic like February, May, Kai June, that sort of thing. But for this month, I wish to throw it all out the window, lovingly so. Because I really, really, really want the prompt this month to be Sonic style OC. Hi. Speaking of little critters, Sonic style OCs. So, your classic like Snarkle the Hedgehog or whatever. So, name the creature. Mahali the Wombat. Hi. Oh, thank you for kisses. I appreciate it. Sonic's July OC. Yeah, it definitely rolls off the tongue. It's horrendous. It doesn't have any flow. It doesn't work at all. But I still insist on doing it. I'm putting my foot down on the ground with a bit of a stomp. I insist. Hi. It doesn't have to be a particular art style, obviously. So if you just wanted to draw a hyper-realistic animal, you could do that too. If anything, I insist on it. Because that'll probably be my method. Will be make like a Sonic-esque character and then just render them pretty realistically. Doesn't have to be drawn either. Am I gonna sneeze? I think I am. Oh. There it is. Sorry, I should have muted my microphone. Didn't cross my mind at the time. The only thought that was present was, I'm going to sneeze. And then the second thought was, or am I? Tried to make a scenario in your notes app. Couldn't get the creativity out. That's okay. That's okay. We got through a few. My art actually gives you an idea, or that's the dream, is if my art inspires other people, means I'm doing something right. Fishing alone when suddenly a knife flies past you and hits a barrel next to you. I have a Cthulhu whistle, fishing rod plus hook, worms and dirt, and 2 pounds of fish. What do I do? Well, presumably because I have a Cthulhu whistle, it's one of two things. One, I'm either a Cthulhu cultist, or two, it's been in my family for a very long time and I don't quite know what it does. I'll take this as my moment of fate and I'll blow on the Cthulhu whistle, see what happens. When you look up a tutorial but couldn't find the answer, then you go back and figure it out anyway. Or a 3. Let's see if this turns out in my favor. Oh! I summoned my Lord and Savior Cthulhu! Oh, this is great news, maybe. A nat 20. You'll love to see it. With all the awful rolls before, it was only a matter of time. You go back and figure it out anyway. Yeah, but it's the act of searching for said tutorials that will get your brain juice kind of going, you know? So don't think of it as a wasted effort. Whistle for Cthulhu. He's summoned in Japan, but his arrival made an alien spaceship, a meteorite, a cloud. Clouds are heavy. 24 nails, 67 birds, and 1 pound of fish. Full on Hans. Get rickety wrecked, Hans. Hans didn't stand a chance. Did not stand a chance. Mahali quest right now because it's keeping you going. It fills you with determination. Dum bum 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 ba 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 dum bum da 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 dum. Sorry for singing something completely unrelated to what's going on in the background, making the listening experience a little bit tough. My apologies. I heard determination. I had to hum Undertale. Had to. Undertale music is always a good choice though. But the problem is when when other music is playing in the background and it just becomes gibberish. At that point it's a bit of a problem. Wooden barrel. So I imported a wooden barrel image into my reference sheet, and it's the size of the sun. That's very good. That's very good reference sheet. Thank you.
Reality is no more. All I know of is barrel. Before there was time and space, there was barrel.
I'm hiking in the mountains. I stop at an abandoned camp. Hans appears out of the woods, and I have a 20,000 lumen light, a flare gun, a firework, and a plush knife. The 20,000 lumen light will single-handedly take out like an army. So I'm just going to aim that at him and turn it on. If he doesn't like burst, I don't know what. 13's not bad. Yeah, there we go. See, 20,000 lumens is freaking bright. You can do both. Often listening to music while listening to streams. They do not go together 9 out of 10 times, so you're used to it. Or you're just listening to multiple streams. Not tonight, though. Got to focus on just lurking in some silently. No, that's a multitasking skill that I do not have access to. If I'm listening to... if I've got a game that I'm playing and I know that I like the music from the game, I have to turn off all music that I'm listening to otherwise, like on the peripheries. Same with like, if I don't particularly enjoy the music of a game and I'm listening to something, I'll mute the game so that I can just listen to the music. Terrible at multitasking. Absolutely terrible at it. Hans melts. There's also a heat lamp and is blinded. Grab his knife and eat the meat you have in my backpack. Hey, there we go. Boom. Perfect. It reminds you of Hitchhiker's Guide. Which bit? In the improbability engine, maybe? Making random stuff. Yeah, okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, perfect. There are too many things you want to do. You don't have time for all the streamers. You main in a few chats a day to try and balance. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I do like the idea of having like a watch stream timetable. You portion it out. You go, okay, I'm going to watch this person on a Tuesday, this person on a Monday, this person every Friday, but like every second Friday. Just give you a prompt. You'll make a thing and add items. Let me see. Honestly, the only thing that's coming to mind is actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. If you're familiar with that. If you're familiar with that song. So all I've got is, you're alone in the woods. Just the opening line from that. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for inspiration, listen to that. Listen to that song. Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. There you go. Boom. It's Taco Tuesday. I'm about to enjoy my my famous fish tacos with Chick-fil-A sauce. It's midday, so I wouldn't expect anything particularly scary. But alas, Hans is watching. He wants my tacos, but instead of asking, he'd prefer to just murder for them. Well, my tacos are to die for. Suddenly you see him. Shia LaBeouf. It's so good. It's so good. That's the only scenario that I've got in my head at the moment. You had that in the head, in your head the second you joined stream. Thought it would have already been mentioned. No, hadn't been mentioned yet. Yeah, days since actual Cannibal style buff has been mentioned. 0, as of now. Just do it, and that song have got you through more things than you'd like to admit. I mean, it's a strong motivator. What can I say? You posted it in Discord. Oh, perfect. Beautiful. Thank you. Ooh. Absolutely dumpstered. Hey, Shia LaBeouf. Consider chilling. Be cool, dude. It's nice to meet you. Let's put this confrontation on ice. I don't appreciate your icy demeanor. I like the idea that you've got multiple bags of ice and you're just dumping them on him one after the other, hitting with the pun each time. You could really cool your jets. Beautiful. Beautiful. Happy ending. Friendship success. Oh no, rolled the 5 to receive the taco. Oh no, oh, that's being spilled. That's being spilled on the floor. Oh, but a 10 to pass it. Oh, how does it work out? I'd say poor Hans, but he's a jerk, so swings and roundabouts, my friend. You have hot dogs? Oh, unlimited power. Unlimited power at your disposal. Nobody piss off Dust. He's armed to the teeth with hot dogs. And he's not afraid to use them. That was your last taco? Oh no, brutal. It might be a moment of sadness, but it's a beautiful sadness in the sense that, Hans wasn't able to appreciate things before, due to the fact that he was going around killing everyone. But now he's been brought down to earth so much that he can cry over a spilt taco. If that's not beautiful, I don't know what is. Uniting power of grief, yeah, exactly. Nothing proves that you're human more than crying over a taco. Here we go. I'm at a banana plantation. Picking bananas. Hans walks up wearing a banana costume and holding a banana knife. No! I have banana rare, banana epic, banana legendary, and banana spider. Well, I fear banana spider, so I'm immediately going to drop banana spider. Where that goes and what that does is entirely up to it. I'm then going to wield the legendary banana. You know what? I'm going to do the thing where you squeeze down on the banana peel and the banana proper leaps out of it as a projectile. I'm going to try and hit Banana Hans with the legendary banana projectile. Lucky number 7. Sometimes it's just not your day. I mean, I can't say that I rolled a 20 before. But no, that's brutal. Oh, Hans got the parry. Hans got the parry on the flying banana. Frick. I knew that Hans had been practicing the parry timing, but it's one thing to practice and another thing entirely to actually get it in the moment. What can I say? Practice makes perfect. My art looks edible, so now you're here. Welcome, John. How you going? Thank you. I mean, octopi are edible, I suppose. It's coming along nicely. If I can toot my own horn for a second. It's taken a few weeks, but we're getting there. We're down to the last stretch, last little gauntlet. But yeah, hi, how are you doing? What would you prefer that I refer to you as? Is Jun okay, or do you prefer over? Watched a TikTok live about pinning insect mounting. Interesting stuff, to be honest. Ooh, yep. June or Juno works. Ooh, okay, yeah. I'll go with June, I think. Yeah, insect, like the the insect cases. I saw one recently of where the Pokemon Company released pins of the Pokemon Vivillon, which is like a weird like pixel butterfly Pokemon, and they released a pin set that was in one of those insect pin mount boards. I'll see if I can find an image of it. It was really, really, really cool. Expensive as all heck, but Pokemon Vivillon pin board, maybe? Pin box? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Freaking check this out. How cool is this? With the different colors and everything. It's so cool. But yeah, these are all enamel pins, and apparently you could open up little booster packs to try and get the different colors. And it was split into 2 sets, like you'd have set 1 and set 2. Or you could not be an idiot and just and just buy the framed version, which would come with all of them. It'd be more expensive, but when you take into consideration just how many different packs you'd have to open in order to get all of them, I think it turns out that getting the frame is way cheaper, which is nice, because if you know that you're going into it wanting to collect all of them, having an option to just have them all in a display case is super cool. Super, super, super cool. So pretty. I know, really cool. It's basically about dehydrating the body and dehydrating. Yeah, because what's it? You need to get rid of the bacteria that will. It's like dry pressing flowers. If you don't dry it out, the bacteria will eat away at it. You can make a ton of art pieces with pinning and making mini worlds. I'd imagine it's similar to taxidermy, where you've got people who avidly collect. Because you're cool and edgy and different like that, that's how I refer to you as, Dust. Whenever I'm talking about you, all the time, obviously, I go, yeah, no, his name's Dust. He's the cool one. He's cool but rude. I'm the party dude, and I go waha hey as I spin around on my shell. Billy's the leader. And Peanut Butter does machines. Maze, you can be you can be Master Splinter if you like. Although no, there are a few options still available. There's April O'Neil, I think is the name. You got Casey Jones. A few characters still available. Master Shredder, oh my goodness, for the Edgelords. Because you're learning how to code? Yeah, there you go. Boom. Yeah, I've been known to do machines. You'll be the stack of pizza boxes they always accumulate. That's fair. Your pizza time. Yeah, okay, fair. Yep. Noted. Yeah, I'll get the image. Maze is not Toby Maguire here. Maze is this stack of pizza boxes over on the side. Pizza time. Perfect. And that's just going to be my reference file now. A grumbling from the cupboard. Hey Grumble, how you going? Oh, a very cranky Grumble. Ah, a ghost. How you going, ghost? You in the chat wanted to add the viper skull under the 2 rocks that the butterfly was going on, which panned out nicely. Named the butterfly George and the viper Gavin. There's something about giving inanimate things nicknames that absolutely lights a spark in my heart. Very sick with the flu, hanging in there. Oh, sorry, bud. Hope recovery's going okay. What class and level would Hans be? I'm imagining either a blood hunter or a rogue. It depends how stealthy you want Hans to be. If he's not stealthy at all, blood hunter probably works a little bit better. It's a third-party class, but still I feel as though it fits quite well. If you want first-party D&D only exclusively, rogue. And what level? If your average citizen is level 0, level 1 is your like starting adventurer. I'd say Hans is like level 3 to 5. Probably level 3, given the kind of damage that he can do. From Frozen, Rogue and level 3. Hey, there we go. We ended up... wasn't the one from Frozen. PB's currently working on an OC named Hans, who's a vicious murderer. First proper D&D character was a rogue named Hans. Oh my goodness, there we go. It's all going full circle. Is very stealthy. Okay, rogue. There you go. Boom. Rogue level 3. Your getting well is dependent on the quality of the stream and the art made within it. No pressure. Oh my god. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not stressed. I'm super excited because speaking of character creation, tonight I'll be making my first ever Daggerheart character. It's a new system by Critical Role. So yeah, it's all new. It's all new. I get to make new decisions, new mechanics, new interactions. They've got a Warforge-esque character as part of the main races called Clanks, I think. I'm so keen, so eager. It's looking awesome though. Love the colours of the big old cephalopod. Yeah, he's coming along nicely. I do. I like the. I like the fact that I've been able to include the texture of the octopus, but then also integrate some of the more abstract shapes of the background into it as well. I'm quite chuffed. Hans was the compass of the group, not the moral compass, but the let's not do dumb things. Let's not be dumb idiots getting TPK'd compass. Somebody has to be the adult in the room. What are one of my campaigns that Hans would do very well in? We had like a pirate adventure at one point that was relatively low power that I think Hans would have done decently in on the pirate crew. He would have gotten kicked out of said crew very, 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 very quickly. But still, it's difficult because all of my campaigns are good campaigns, quote unquote, not evil campaigns. So it's difficult to not get ostracized by the group if you're a psychopathic bone murderer. But like power wise, yeah, I think he would have done pretty well in the pirate adventure. All the other campaigns so far have been like a little bit higher in difficulty, so I don't think Hans wouldn't have lived his best life. I don't think he would have died very, very, very quickly. Not adding to that, but your ability to finish the basics of the PNG tuber is also dependent on him. Oh god, well, no, it's fine. It's fine. Another pizza box is added to the stack of pressure. You don't have the heart to make a truly evil character. It's tough. I could make an evil character, as in they break some of the rules, but one that sort of maliciously is evil and is sadistic about it, I think is beyond me. Gonna head off to bed now, so you can get up at a reasonable time. We'll update if your violin makes it to. Yeah, please do. And pictures as well, please, Dust. I'd love to see. Sleep well, bud. Rest up. Good luck with work tonight. In the sense that they'd kick a puppy. Yeah, exactly. Like I wouldn't be able to do a character that takes pleasure in causing other people misery, but maybe a character that goes around and does heists at reputable establishments and does like a bunch of stealing might be a thing, or like an evil mastermind type of character. Hi, Hyperfoxy, how you going? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you going? Neutral good and chaotic neutral at best. Well, I think I could do lawful evil. Like a character who has evil machinations and will go about it in nasty ways, but not like, but still has like an honor code. Think what's he? Barbosa from the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, where he's evil, but he also like won't go about things underhandedly. He still like does a murder, but he doesn't relish in it, you know? Too many ideas, not enough time to execute. When you consistently not doing that, I mean, hey, it's the life of a creative. It's tough. Pretty good, just having late night cereal. Nice. What kind of cereal? Imagine being an ocean ranger that's a mer person with a pet octopus that likes to steal from pirates. See, that's what I'm talking about. Where you're doing, you know, unlawful things. But you know, if you've got a code that you abide by, I think it's fine. Within the purview of that setting, right? I'm not saying that as long as you break the law, but you've got, you know, a sense of honor to. No. I'm saying like it's stomachable as a player to run a character like that. Late night cereal isn't quite my jam, but I will go for like late night muesli bars, which I feel is similar. It's got a similar vibe to it. It's not quite full breakfast, but it's getting there. You forgot what it's called, but it has yogurt covered strawberry chunks. Oh, hot damn. Yeah, that sounds yum. Pirates stole from the sea. We, as its children, are merely taking back what it's taken. Yeah, exactly.
What is ours?
And it's that classic, like, you know, 2 wrongs don't make a right. And it's like, yeah, I know, but it's also fun. So, have you considered that? love watching what D&D and hearing the tales. It's very fun. I can do it in short bursts. I struggle with paying attention to full campaigns though. Just it's that problem that I talked about before, right? I struggle to multitask. And with longer campaigns, you kind of have to be on the ball for an extended period of time. Because otherwise, it's like, and now you find yourselves in a forest. Wait, what? Why are they in a forest? I thought they were in a mansion before. They were fighting with that other party, and they stole the thing, but why are they in the... Wait, who's this character that they just introduced? Wait, that guy died? Wait, what? What's going on? I tend to have those moments where my concentration dips for, like an hour or two as I'm concentrating on painting or whatever, and then I refocus and I realize that I've missed out on a huge chunk of what's going on. You've got a jar of dirt. You've got a jar of... I've got a jar of dirt. I've got a jar of dirt. And guess what's inside it? I'm not proud to say that I've got a jar of dirt. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard, and the sexy sax man, like 10-hour loop videos back in like ye olde good times on YouTube got me through graduating year 12. It's shameful, but it's true. Always imagined the siren / merperson concept, where they resembled a mix of a koi fish and a stonefish, where the pretty frills hide the venomous neurotoxin spikes along its back and sides. Yeah. So taking that siren concept of a facade shielding like the true horror, like taking that one step further. I like that. I like that a lot. You've only played twice, but you like DMing over being a PC. I think I like DMing more as well. DMing takes a lot of time and dedication that I just don't have at the moment. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy playing as a player. Lax, if you're listening, I enjoy playing as my as Dave at the moment. He's really fun. I know deep down that DMing is what lives in my heart. The fact that they have spikes implies that somebody's trying to eat them, like other sirens. Yeah, or, krakens, or sea serpents, or like megalodons, or whatever. Big shark. Oh, yeah, or pirates, true. I like the idea of world-building elements alluding to more stuff. Like, as you said, wait, why does that creature have defensive elements to it? It's huge. Why does it have, like, defensive plating and stuff? What's trying to eat that creature? And then, like, stomp. Ah. I see. The only threat to a bear is a bigger and meaner bear. Or what's the quote from Star Wars Episode 1? There's always a bigger fish. It's true. I mean, not always. There's sometimes a bigger fish. Someone who makes comics, you think you get the ultimate DM experience? Yeah. Yep. You get that sense of like true creation, primordial, sparks of the cosmos rippling from your fingers. I enjoy coming up with macro ideas. So like this is how the world works. This world is on the face of a clock. This world is like it's a flat world, but it has multiple tiers. Like big world building concepts like that make me really, really, really happy. Here's a campaign idea. Yeah, hit me with it. I'm all ears, Jin. And Foxy, if you don't mind me asking, do you do any artsy stuff? No stress if you don't. I am curious. I am curious. You enjoy the moments when you have to improvise something gloriously stupid because the players decide to blow the door up instead of open it or something like a normal human being? Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, okay, well, I mean, how the heck are these characters going to react to the fact that the door's just been blown open? Yep, I know exactly what you mean. Oh, ads? Yeah, ads in a second. So everyone, brace for impact. Welcome back, I think. Hi. The world is known for its aquatic hellions and monsters, but we aren't the only ones. But we aren't the ones. Oh my god, let me start over. The world is known for its aquatic hellions and monsters, but we aren't the ones being warned of the sea, rather, the surface. We hunt as one, chasing down pirates for their valuables, and in the process, hostage a few until they eventually break, perhaps, maybe befriend them, and find the heart of the ocean, wherever that may be. Mer People Pirates is the idea that the heart of the ocean has been stolen. There's a kingdom that's also oppressive, and then hence heart of ocean stolen by said kingdom and is maybe like in the heart of the fortress. And that, yeah, you could totally make a D&D campaign where you're all aquatic characters in one way, shape or form, and you need to perform a heist to get into the fortress to steal back the heart of the ocean. Yes, you do draw art. Nice. What do you draw? If you don't mind me asking. You want to DM a game so badly one day? Who was it? It was Pixie and Bottle who recently had success with that, where Pixie posted on her Facebook about the fact that she went to the Critical Role show, and people were like, "Oh my god, oh what? You play D&D?" And then they got invited to a game. It's not DMing, but it's a start. So I would try like reaching out a little bit to see what's available around you. You'd be surprised. A lot of people play D&D, and even more people are interested in trying D&D because it is, it's a pretty popular thing. You draw stuff that is you just gonna say not family friendly? Ah, fair. No, fair enough. All art is valid. It's not my thing, but if it brings you joy in one way, shape, or form, who am I to say that you're in the wrong for doing such a thing? This cannon is driving me bananas. The thing that's throwing me off, I think, is I've rendered it accurately as if it were a tube, but cannons do actually get larger at the back, and I haven't accounted for that. So what I could do is I could try thinning the front, have it slim more, and it'd do the job, I reckon. What a stroke of luck this Saturday too. Right. Good luck. That sounds amazing. Oh. It's very much so like pray for rain and then rain falls type of thing. That's really cool. Are you ready? Have you guys got your characters written up? By the way, tell Pixie to let me know what she wants her mark in the tavern to be. I'll have a spot of time tomorrow. I'll draw that up and have it in the chatting screen. The funny thing is, you were playing Sea of Thieves, doing the Black Pearl Telltale before you joined. Perfect time. I mean, speaking of coincidences. No, speaking of coincidence, I've just recently re-downloaded Sea of Thieves to play with Fields. Oh my goodness, it's all coming together. Mer people being open to, but not limited to, alligators, seals, various real fish, river fish, sharks, whales, anything that's associated with water, and they all have their own cultural gimmicks, like orcas having white tattoos over the black parts of their body and black over the white. Oh, yes. Oh my goodness, that's a detail that I wouldn't have even thought to have included. That's great. It makes perfect sense, yeah. Meeting the DM about an hour before the main game to make some characters with them. So you did print off some character sheets today to practice with her. have some fun rolling some stats and such to get a feel for it. Nice. That's so exciting. Yeah. That is cool. Do you know what level you're starting at? You bring it up now. Whales shed their skin like snakes. Well, then you could have it where they have to tattoo like really deep into the skin so that they don't lose it. Or you could have it so that they have to get their tattoo redone every, couple of months, which is a very funny thought as well. There'll be little level 2 babies. Oh, no. I'm in danger. Managed to catch stream. Check this out. Whoa, nice. The 18. What did you just go and watch? You went, the How to Train Your Dragon live action movie. How was it? You'll just be filling in for a session or two while others aren't able to make it. I mean, that's still gaming. Still gaming in my book. Shedding in flakes like us risks infection. Well, salt water. Of course. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. So that, yeah, as you say, they'd have to shed in bulk. If it goes well, you'll see what happens. Foot in the door and all that. Yeah, for sure. It's a start. They changed a few things from the original, but overall it wasn't bad. Pretty good. Which would you say was more enjoyable for you? Did you enjoy the original more or the remake? Oh, and 18 is not bad. 18 is not bad at all. Magic would exist for mer people, but wizards would be associated with oracles and seeing futures, and actually hunted, caught for by both land and sea kingdoms. Oh, that reminds me of something. Have you read or watched One Piece? Because that does a really good job of fleshing out like an underwater civilization. A really good job is maybe a stretch. It does a decent job of establishing like an underwater civilization, as well as going about establishing folklore with them as well, which is really, really, really cool. Highly recommend. Haven't watched the original in ages. You think the original would overall be better since it's just a classic, but the designs of the dragons all being you didn't like the most, were on point. They kept most of the iconic scenes in there, which is just a good thing. Yeah, that's fair. Or here's a spicy question for you. Here's a spicy question. Can you see a reason for this to exist as a movie? Or would you just be like, watch the original if you were recommending it to somebody? It's also being related to massive cryptids like Cthulhu. You have not, mostly because OD, it's whitewashing and racial stereotypes. Is it? I mean, a little bit, but I wouldn't say any more so than other fiction. It does a pretty good job of like social commentary and being respectful towards things. But I can see that still.
Same face syndrome with women. Yeah, that can get a little bit annoying, but he gets better the further on he goes. That's fair. That's fair though. The reason I recommend it though is that like he does do a really good job of approaching social issues with a deft touch as opposed to being super duper heavy handed. And his characters are really well written. He does character arcs amazingly, like no other author that I've read. But more than fair if you have issues with some of the tropes that he utilizes. Someone asked you if they should watch the animated or the live action movie. You'd say the animated. The live action mentions things that happen later on in the other two movies, which you don't exactly enjoy. Yeah, fair. So your verdict is like, it's enjoyable, but it doesn't quite make sense why they made it? Or, no, actually, no, that's harsh. So your verdict is like, the original is still better. You've been summoned! In a puff of smoke and sparkles, Pixie emerges from the floor, rises up. Hey Pixie, how you going? But yeah, Bottle, redeemed the stream mark point redemption a while ago. Do you have an idea for what mark you'd want in the tavern? So like these little markings all over the place engraved into the wood. Do you have an idea for an image that you'd like engraved in the tavern? There are a couple that need to be fixed up still. Like Ghoulies is still a little bit awkward, and I need to clean up the Ape Escape one. But otherwise, yeah, it's looking good. You just decided right there, needle and thread. Perfect. Okay, I'll add that to the document. A great one? Yeah, needle and thread is awesome. Let's add that to the list here. Pixie, mark, needle and thread. Boom. Easy done. Magic fruit that gives you astral knowledge. Fruit that gives you flying fish wings, only when you hold your breath. Ooh, yep. D&D does a cool thing with magic tattoos as well. If you wanted to incorporate tattoos into your world, incorporating a little bit of like the magic element into tattoos as well could be really cool. Like water breathing as a tattoo would be really cool. Like a spool of thread and needle stuck in it. Yeah. Yep. She lifted it up off the table where she's crafting and said this. Ah, yes. Perfect. You're hand sewing the corset pieces right now. This! Surprise! So excited. Was the corset piece that was because you were assembling an outfit, right? And you were going to use the corset as the core piece to build the rest of it around. So that's come in now, and you're working on it. Cool. Or tattoos that act like weapon sheaths and arrow quivers. Yes, that would be awesome. Because a lot of DMs tend to hand wave keeping inventory of projectiles and stuff. Like, oh, yeah, you use a bow and arrow. Okay, you have virtually infinite arrows. You don't have to worry about it. Same with like currency and holding things to a certain degree. Like if you're picking up a grand piano, obviously you have to take that into account, but you're not going to sit there being like nickel and dimed for every coin that you pick up in a dungeon. So I like the idea of being like, yep, here, magical tattoo. It doesn't count towards your 3 that you have to infuse to. And yeah, it accounts for all of your arrows. Boom. I'm all filled in. Yeah, yep. Must have been chatting away when you went around. Yeah, she was talking about it last time. Tattoo magic for whales. Yes. I also like the idea of whales and dolphins having like breath attacks in the same way that they have like they project sonar, but magical sonar. I really like that concept. You want to write this as a camera? Do it. There's no harm in writing it down. Thunderwave, but Wawa. Yeah, exactly. You want to play a D&D, but you can't find a DM? Yeah, that always tends to be the limiting factor. Although Bottle has the opposite problem where he wants to DM, but he now potentially has players. But yes, it can swing both ways. My recommendation would be start trying online stuff. It can be very much so a it's for you or it's not type thing. Beyond that, there are a lot of people advertise in real life groups. So local bars and pubs and stuff will have like local D&D where, you know, every Wednesday night we play D&D or whatever. Look into that. If you're close to any game stores tend to either host D&D sessions or host intros to D&D. So there are a few options out there. Nothing's clean and simple, but there are definitely ways that you can get into it. You've got your pattern of materials. You're starting to put the pieces together now. It's finicky, but you love practicing hand sewing. Not hand sewing, but I've been getting into crocheting recently with a bit of help from Noctua. So I definitely get it. The satisfaction from handcrafting is incomparable. You can't really compare it to anything else. She keeps showing you all different references and ideas on Pinterest. Your little nerd heart is happy. I'll have to tackle new crocheting patterns at some point, and I'm both excited and terrified by the prospect of it. So I totally get it. It's so silly. No, not at all. Would Google Docs work good for making notes on mobile, since you're mostly mobile? Google Docs could work mobile. There's an app called Notion, Notion. That could work. That does a pretty decent job of formatting, so like breaking it up into different sections that you can refer to, like file systems. It doesn't do a good job of text formatting, so if you want your text in very specific spots on a page, maybe not for you, but I'd imagine on mobile a little less particular, just because on PC you have a larger screen, so it makes sense to format your text in a particular way. But if that doesn't really matter, Notion would be my recommendation for you. World Anvil might have a mobile app at this point, maybe. World Anvil would be the next thing to maybe consider. You know a place that hosts D&D nights, but it's 2 hours away? Yeah, okay, that's rough. That's rough. The worst thing you could have is, okay, I finished my game of D&D in the evening at like 10 p.m. or whatever, and now I've got a 2-hour drive home. That's rough. What have I done with crochet so far? Literally, this is the only thing that I've quote-unquote finished. Literally the only thing that I've finished. Everything else has just been practicing chains and rows. I'm procrastinating because I don't have yarn that I'm happy with. A whittle square, yeah, teeny tiny little one. I don't have yarn that I'm happy with yet. I've just got like my starting yarn, which is too dark of a color to work with more complicated shapes with. It's just, yeah, so I'm procrastinating. I'm just getting my practice in until I can get yarn that I'm happy to do something with. If I want a very fancy looking crochet project with a simple stitch, look up moss stitch. Been crocheting for 20 years and it's still your all-time favorite stitch. Moss stitch. I'm plugging it in. Research, quote unquote, moss stitch. Boom, it's in the system. Saw someone talking about using Obsidian for campaign notes too. Yeah, Obsidian works well too. I haven't used it personally, so I can't attest to how good it is or not. But I've heard good things. I've heard good things about Obsidian. Druids in merman fashion would be, well, the best at stealth. Mostly limited to what their species would be, like a gator merperson would be limited to reptiles. An underwater druid gives me such good mental imagery. Are you kidding? Like covered in seaweed, like coral armor elements instead of bark armor. It would be like coral armor. Oh my goodness, yes. Like seashell elements to like maybe a shield. A giant conch. Oh my goodness, it just goes for days. Tiny bag of holding. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Teeny tiny little bag of holding. The aesthetics, right? You need to learn. Yeah. It's a journey. Welcome back, Laz. Welcome back. You were door dashing for a bit. No, fair. No, that running from door to door takes a lot of concentration and effort. I don't blame you. For some reason, people talking about crocheting makes you want to get your leather and start leatherworking in the middle of the night. I mean, when the inspiration hits you. It's one of those things where, as sensible as I want to be, if I get hit with a wave of inspiration, I will wake up fully and write it out. Inspiration is gold. It's metaphysical gold. We've hit 4 hours? Freaking how? When? You had to do it for a bit before you could get the Mothwing like. Before that you were door running. It's just way less efficient, you know? But it feels good when you do get that increase in mobility. You made a whole bed runner with that stitching, and it's beautiful. Then you made a mistake, and you seem to have truly stuffed yourself and can't figure out how to get it. No. I've come to terms with the fact that in crocheting, if you make a mistake, you can just pull out the stitch completely. I'm not sure how it works with sewing though. I'd imagine that you can't. Oh, no, you could maybe. You'd lose a bit of thread, I think. Can't imagine Octopus would make a good rogue sorcerer subclass. Thief of God's Blood, Master of the Deep, Son of the Deeper Father. I mean, yeah. I could also imagine an Octopus Kitten being like a really good warlock of what's the Eldritch Horror god for warlocks? I can't remember. You unraveled back to the mistake, found a knot, had to make a cut, then everything went weird and out of... Oh, no. Oh, sorry, bud. knitting is so unforgiving when frogging. Yeah. No, I've fortunately never had the opportunity to get into knitting or sewing, so I can't speak to how messy it is. One thing you've been working on for the past couple of months is hand forging all the metal armor pieces for a Solaire cosplay for next year's Ren Fair. Excuse me? Hi, I'm Foxy. I draw stuff that I can't share with people, but I also do cosplay that I can share with people. But I hid that fact because I'm a jerk. Apparently, I wish to see. I wish to see. June, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the tavern. Metal armor pieces of a Solaire cosplay. Yeah, yes, please. You also got Mickey D's. Nice. Nice. Nothing wrong with a late night Mickey D's run. If it is late night for you. You like me? Have a follow. Oh, thank you. Oh, warm and fuzzies. I like you too, June, if that helps at all. Mahali Ice Sass, it's spoilers. The Ice Sass is gonna get a bit of an eye lift. A facelift. An eye lift sounds terrifying. Because, yeah, new and improved PC means new and improved streaming tools. It's exciting. Get excited. Actual metal, and it's not light metal, it's iron and steel. Oh my goodness. If you're comfortable with sharing images of your progress, I would love to see. Because a guilty pleasure of mine is to doom scroll on Instagram and see like people's cosplay costumes coming together, and any that incorporate actual metal are just top tier. Gotta go to the OR, pick up some unused blood units. Yeah, no stress, no stress. I have hit the 4-hour mark at this point, and I'm very quickly running out of snooze buttons for the ad, so I'll have to wrap up. Have to wrap up pretty soon. Speaking of wrapped up, Tongue, you okay there, buddy? Twilight Zone being the Ocean's version of the Underdark. Yes, yes. Beautiful. An eye lift sounds like the Clockwork Orange. Yeah, I suppose that would be an eye lift. Ah, I look 10 years younger.
I am truly beautiful.
It's an aesthetic choice. Does I have a Discorder? I do. If you type in !Discord into the chat, a link will pop up at your discretion. It's a reference from Gumball. Oh no, sorry, I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar. Only know the TikTok audio reference. Apology. Yeah, yep. 2 minutes until ads. If you say so. If you say so. Alright, what have we got remaining? I still need to clean up the back end of the cannon. I'm considering changing the front. I like the size of it at the front. Maybe I increase the size at the back. It'll require a little bit of maneuvering at the back, but I think it's worth it for the overall look. So I've got that to work on. I've got to clean up the rendering of the floor there a little bit. But and the barrels. The barrels are the next one. Not too much to go. I reckon we'll be done tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream. And snooze. making the metal armor and your wife is hand making the shirt and pants from scratch. Oh my goodness. It's not even halfway done. No, literally, if you're comfortable with showing progress shots, regardless of where it's at, I'm fascinated. I'm wanting to put together, not out of metal, but I'm wanting to put together a costume in September for PAX, which is in October. So I've been avidly reading through and watching any sort of cosplay, armor, outfit, assembly, anything. Recently, I've been on a binge. So if you're happy to share anything, I'd love to see. You don't have TikTok, but you do go on YouTube Shorts way too often. There's a particular YouTube Shorts channel that just opens Pokemon packs, and they do that daily, and it's my addiction. Thank you for listening to your verbal hyperfixation stewing session about silly fishes. If I were to berate you for that, I would be the biggest hypocrite on earth. Short pocket, yeah, yep. Should I open it or should I keep it sealed? Beautiful. It tingles through my veins. But yes, we're at time. I don't think I can procrastinate any longer. I should look to raid. Watches challenge videos all the time. Great dude. It's super nice when popular people also are well-natured people, and you can tell that they interact with people with a lot of respect. It puts a smile on my face. Oh, Harmony's online. Oh, and she's working on her Hobbit sketches. Yes, let's head over Harmony's way. New idea. Bards are the masters of fooling sirens and cast magic via singing songs with their voices. That's amazing. The idea of like vocal camouflage. Big fan of forging. Have made your own working Chinese crossbow. Hot damn. That's so cool. I've run out of time for today, Foxy. If you do have anything that you'd like to share, if you type in ! Discord, I'd love to see any images that you have. But if you don't want to, no stress, and we can always chat about it next time. Start spamming Mongolian throat singing. It's super effective. Oh, sorry. Not raid with an S. Apologies, Twitch. There you go. Boom. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Hope you had fun. A little bit later this afternoon, I'll have the prompt up for the month. So if you like the idea of drawing something to a theme, I'll have the prompt up on the Discord. Later this afternoon as well, I'll have the times and day for the art hangout on Saturday. So if you like the idea of hanging out and doing art stuff with me and some artsy people on Saturday, look forward to that. Otherwise, late stream tomorrow, the usual streams for the rest of the week. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves, and I'll catch you later. Bye, everybody. Bye.